Trump folks have to have these people under contract and ready to go. They did not the last time. They treated it like it was a talk show type thing. And, they wanted to fight it out on the television, and they needed to be fighting it out in the courts.
The Social Security Administration operates under the executive branch, or?
I do not know.
It's the Social Security Administration, so aren't all the federal agencies under the executive branch?
Yeah, right. I'd say, yeah.
Is there anything you can do? I wonder if there's a simple letter that can be sent saying, we're just trying to understand what these numbers are and represent. Perhaps you can give us some insight as to how these registrations come in. Is there something like that you could do?
Yeah, I could write a letter to any of them, but would they respond? And what do I have to hold over their head? Nothing.
Subpoena?
Yes, because subpoenas are very, very effective when they come from Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this is so blatantly obvious that there is something wrong here. These numbers don't make sense. They say it's voter roll. In some instances, they say voter roll cleanup. So every week you're doing voter roll cleanup to the tune of 50,000 people.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And in some instances, we're looking at 20 to 30% don't match in the system. So let me just get this straight. So let's go to June 22nd, 2024, and we'll jump over to Arizona, which matters significantly for this race.
Yep.
You mean to tell me that 11,374 people on your voter rolls don't match with the Social Security Administration system? They don't reuse numbers. When your name and numbers in the system, you come back as deceased or alive. So if this is true, we can assume two things, or one of three things. Arizona is registering illegal immigrants to vote, and 11,000 didn't have numbers. We can assume this is voter roll cleanup, and that Arizona somehow had 11,374 people on their voter rolls who don't have a Social Security number in the system. Mm-hmm. Or we can assume that, I don't know, I guess there's an error of some sort and the numbers are being inputted wrong.
I mean, if there's an error and it's happening this regularly, it's obviously a misuse of federal funding, and taxpayers should want an answer for that. Right? Like, either this system is broken and not working, so we're just spending money on something that is a waste, or there's something wrong. If there are 11,000 people that don't have matches, we have to ask ourselves why that is. I mean, you say this all the time, maybe every once in a while someone misenters their Social Security number. But 11,000 times?
About 25% of registrants.
Right.
I think we've known this has been broken for a long time. I mean, there's old jokes about, like dead people voting in Chicago. I mean, this is standard. This is like, a century old because of the way that the Democratic Party machines work.
But this is
they're
why
just used to being completely unaccountable and not having to answer for it.
New York, 5,688 people attempted to register without an ID. 4,417 came back as non-match. So we're talking about 90% of those who attempted to register in New York have no match in the Social Security Administration database.
New York, that has had several million illegal immigrants enter there.
Yeah.
New York,
interesting,
also,
right?
there's no voter ID. In New York, what you do is you just sign your name, and your name supposedly has to match the signature book. But there's been times when I've gone to because I used to live in New York and I used to live in Brooklyn, and before that I lived on the Lower East Side. And there was one time on the Lower East Side, this was the Obama election, I went to vote, and there were these two old women in front of me, and they were trying to vote and they didn't have ID, and the poll workers were demanding that they show ID. And the women were like, "Oh, I didn't know we needed ID," and they were turned away. And I was like, "Actually, you guys, you don't need ID. There is a law. You can just sign your name. It just has to match in the book." But I've gone to vote in Brooklyn, and they can't find my name in the book all of a sudden. And I've been voting there. The only place I was ever registered to vote was in New York. So
they were supposed to, the way that rule is supposed to work is when they come in and don't have an ID and they sign, they use a paper ballot.
But you don't need ID in New York. All you need is your signature.
Yeah, well, I'm saying with okay. But the way that was supposed to work was in states that did that in the past, if they didn't have an ID, they would sign what they call a provisional ballot, and they'd put it off to the side, and then they would check their signature with the signatures they had downtown. And a lot of times they would never even have their ballots cast because if the vote was just if it was a statistical, there was no possibility of them, then they'd bring them out and they would count them later. So it's It was actually an honorable process, but it got abused, of course. And now with computers and our technology we have now, there's no shape, form, or fashion way they should be able to steal an election.
Also,
So we have
workers particularly well trained.
I will tell you this: in Tennessee, our computers are not connected to downtown. They're not connected. I'm sorry. Our voter machines are not connected to the internet, any shape, form, or fashion.
Well, they shouldn't be.
They should not be.
Well, they've said that about many states, and then they found that some of them are actually connected.
Yeah.
So the week ending June 1st, Pennsylvania had 104,250 registration attempts. 6,582 came back no match. 87 deceased. 87 deceased, I guess, kind of makes sense. And 97,563 had matches in the Social Security Administration database. That is a lot of people registering to vote. I just got to say, you know what I think is going to happen?
Scott Pressler's hard at work in Pennsylvania.
Sure. I think what's going to happen is Joe Biden and Democrats are going to win slightly, and they're going to say the polling was wrong. Wow. Or they swap out Joe Biden, and it's someone who narrowly wins, and there will never be an investigation into this.
No, there'll never be an investigation into it.
I think there won't be an investigation into it, probably even if Trump is elected. And I hate to be, black-pilled about it, but
I agree.
The reality is that it's just going to be something that is thrown aside. Oh, we won this election, so let's forget about it.
Let's forget about it.
It's really...
That's what I say. We have very short memories.
Yeah.
Want our pizzas in 30 minutes or less, and that's about our dadgum attention span.
That's why you had that meme from Aaron McIntyre saying, Lord, give me the Donald Trump that exists in the mind of delusional leftists.
Absolutely.
Because I'd love it if...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if Trump came in and was like, bring on Vivek, start ripping through these systems and getting rid of the corruption.
I was in the locker room this morning, and a Democrat was early, and he said, Tim, I just hope y'all don't let Trump do what we think he's going to do. And I mean, they think he's this Hitler-esque thing coming in. It's just the Constitution's there to protect us. It protects us all. The Bill of Rights. I mean, there is rules in place. This is not going to be that. It's going to be law and order.
There are Democrats that I view as paranoid schizophrenics in Congress who believe the psychobabble of the evil order givers. You've got Democrats who know they're lying and know they're evil. Nancy Pelosi, I think, is a despicable, evil human being. She makes money off of Congress. She lies about it every day. She knows she's full of it. She's vindictive, and she needs to just leave. She needs to get out. Then you've got Republicans that are complicit. They just allow it to happen. They sit
because they got their piece of the pie, dude.
Exactly.
They do not care about the country. All they care about is them getting reelected.
Completely agree. And so what you end up with is, like what you said with this Democrat saying, don't let them do it. And it's when Donald Trump was in office and we had the worst riots we saw in 50 years and he did nothing. What were you hoping? What were you scared he was going to do? Were you worried he was going to roll out tanks and start arresting people? Because he didn't do that when they were trying to burn down federal buildings. What do you think he's going to do now? He's going to get in. He's going to get some appoint. He's going to appoint some people who are marginally bad. We're all going to complain that he's got some good people, but then he hired some people who suck. Then we're going to get a marginally good second term, but it's not going to be enough to do away with the corruption that we've seen at the highest levels. And then what happens after 4 years?
And I think so much of this is a cultural problem, right? Every time that our institutions fail us and every time we sit here and talk about the fact that our politicians are making money off of being in Congress, I think the American people are the ones who suffer. They become less enchanted with the system.
I will tell you this time, I think he realizes it's so big that he has to tear down these agencies. Department of Education. There's not one bureaucrat in Washington and D.C. that has taught a kid how to read in Claiborne County in East Tennessee.
Well, they switched the way that reading was taught too. I mean, they switched it to like these ridiculous.
But my point
ways.
Exactly because one size does not fit all.
Yeah, went for it.
What works in Washington D.C. or Los Angeles sure as heck doesn't work in East Tennessee. And so you shut those departments down, you send the money to the states, you hold the states accountable. And then that's where voters will hold the people accountable, is in their states. And then these bad states will fail, people will continue to leave, and they will continue to collapse. The same way with Department of Justice, any of those agencies, just you take them and you go to the bottom level. The Pentagon, everybody down to a 2-star general, out.
Have you asked, when this Democrat comes to you and says, don't let Trump do what we think he's going to do, have you asked any of these people? Because my response would be, you realize that y'all put Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon in prison for defying a subpoena.
Right.
and we won't even put Merrick Garland in prison for doing the same thing. Have you asked
We
yourself?
won't even slap his hand.
Have you looked in the mirror perhaps and asked yourself if you're the baddies?
Right.
Do they consider this?
When you brought this up, I was thinking of Rachel Maddow when she was like, they're going to lock us all up. And everyone's like, you mean
the way you are?
You guys are already
Yeah,
doing?
that was really
You're
fascinating.
saying that
You're
you are
accusing us
afraid
of doing what you're already
Right.
doing. That's the constant thing that I hear. But
But it's because they know they do it.
we got to remember when we get in power to act appropriately. I was in the state legislature for years in Tennessee, and the Democrats controlled everything. And then finally we took everything. And I can remember when the Democrats, when I first got elected, one of the old House members says, boys, I was here when we took it over. I was here when the Democrats took it back, and they fired everybody. And I said, y'all remember how this is? And sure enough, we started that same old deal, and we start this compromise stuff. Again, compromises why we don't control the Panama Canal, while both ends of it are controlled by the Chinese, while we're $35 trillion in debt. Just go through the list of compromises that we've done. We need to start. The American public has given us a mandate if we are fortunate enough to win, as we should this time, unless we blow it. And we need to take full advantage of that, because we are only going to have one more bite at this apple. In the history of the world, it always goes through oppression, revolution, some success, and then you figure you can vote yourself the largesse of the treasury, and then you start all the way back around. It's never been where all we've done is delay it some, and we might have an opportunity to turn back that clock if we just had the guts to do it. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just going to move on. So if you want to
go, you're doing.
We're going to jump to this next story from the Post Millennial. Jon Stewart claims concern about Joe Biden's health is new and urgent information, suggests replacing him at convention. There are no participation trophies in endgame democracy. And once again, to shout out to Batya Ungar-Sargon, who said, we are at the stage a coup against your duly elected nominee point of saving democracy. Jon Stewart on his show advocated for effectively overturning the primaries, the will of the actual voters for who the Democrat nominee would be, holding an open convention where political elites would instead decide who the nominee should be. There are a lot of countries that have processes like this. North Korea comes to mind. China comes to mind. And that is what Democrats and people like Jon Stewart are proposing. The people should not choose who is going to be in charge. Only the elites will. And this is the process we are now beginning to see unfold. And I wonder if it was the intended condition that Joe Biden would stay in as long as possible. They'd intentionally put him on a debate that wasn't through the Commission on Presidential Debates so they could control it. Joe Biden, who everybody knew was suffering mentally, would now be in full display for the world to see. And now they act like this is new information, which it's absolutely not.
Well,
because 4 years ago, they knew Joe Biden was dying. And that's what they feared. Now they're acting surprised so they can use this as justification to stop the democratic process for the Democratic Party.
I mean, even before he was elected, Joe Biden had a stroke. I mean, he has had health concerns in the past that during 2020 were sort of swept under the rug. And it's interesting that they say it's new. I largely believe that's because Democrats believe their own propaganda. I mean, on one hand, they know it's not true. On the other hand, they're like, no, Karine Jean-Pierre says everything's fine. And so does Rachel Maddow. And so we should continue forward. And I think this is the long-term solution for them, which is to continue to sort of pretend and deny, it's the Biden White House that covered this up from us, not us, the mainstream media. It's that shift away to continue to be able to say, we didn't know, this is brand new information, when actually they've known all along. It's a willful ignorance to remain in power.
But during 2020, we saw this clearly, and everyone in media saw this because Biden refused to leave the basement. He gave speeches and held campaign rallies where he spoke to Jeeps that were 6 feet apart, that were socially distanced, and it was impossible to tell if there was even anybody in the Jeeps in the first place. And the Post Millennial has certainly been reporting on this for 4 years. We've been reporting on, the way he interacts with Easter bunnies, which is very peculiar, the way he's constantly sniffing children, the way he's stumbling around and really mostly concerned with getting ice cream, the way that he garbles his words. I mean, these have been memes. So everyone has been aware of this. Jon Stewart has been aware of this. Now, he took some time off. He only came back for The Daily Show on Monday nights because they were floundering. They still don't have a permanent host. So he's out there doing this. But I did think that his commentary was entirely disingenuous. But about how nobody, essentially how he was saying that nobody knew about Biden's problems and his mental incapacity, which was clear for everyone. People were saying elder abuse years ago, right? That was very clear. But the most disingenuous part is how the Democrats who are screaming about saving democracy. I don't know if any of you guys saw Becky Pringle, the president of the National Education Association, which is like the largest union in the country.
Tirade.
And she was freaking out the other day, saying, we need to win all the things. We need to win all the things. And she was very vocal about that, saying that this was all for our democracy. But the people who are screaming the loudest about saving the democracy are the ones who are first in line to disenfranchise American voters of the man that they voted for. 14 million people already voted for Biden in this primary season. This is the person the Democrats put out there to be their guy. They put him out there in 2020. They've been saying this whole time they're going to put him out there again. They're putting him out there now. They get the voters to vote for him, right? They pull the one guy who was running in New Hampshire. They make sure that he can't do anything. They make sure that RFK can't do anything. They clear the table so that Biden can do his tap dance routine, only to discover that he can't even move his feet. So that's the most disingenuous part, is that the people who are screaming for democracy are the ones who are more and more willing to tell the voters that they can't have that they want, and to be elitists, to be not,
I think
bottom up and middle out, but clearly top down authoritarians.
I think the next 20 years are going to be particularly insane. And it's because I think millennials are fractured to an extreme degree. And Gen Z, I don't know. Gen Z is more interesting. I'm not sure how they're aligning. They seem to be relatively fractured as well. But it does seem like a lot of Gen Z are actually a bit more based. The next 20 years are going to be interesting because regardless of birthing trends among the American population, I think there's a lot of millennials who are very, very angry with boomers and the silent generation and their unwillingness to do the job. The thing about millennial far leftists is that they want the system burnt to the ground. And I mean that from my perspective. Their view, or as they would espouse it, is some nonsense about communist utopia or whatever, socialism or something. Millennials that are more on the right are angry that Republicans are doing nothing to bring justice and equality under the law. Steve Bannon being a really great example. You don't got to like the guy. There's no arguments to be made there. The argument is he defied Congress, he goes to prison. Merrick Garland defies Congress, he doesn't. People are pissed off. So the next wave of individuals who begin to run for Congress and get power are going to show up in D.C. with figurative sledgehammers. The person who comes after Trump or the person who comes after that person is going to be someone with fire in their belly, whether it's left or right. And it is going to be substantially more dramatic. Donald Trump says, because you'd be in jail, everybody laughs. He then gets elected and he says, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Because Trump is, I believe he's a late boomer, right?
Yeah.
He is a boomer. And the mentality of many of these individuals is, no, we don't want to go with that. So we're not going to. And the reason is boomers in the 80s and 90s, Democrats and Republicans were mostly aligned on everything. The overlap between the two parties was substantial. Today, there's no overlap at all. It's hyperpolarization. And so you've got these older boomers who get their news from MSNBC and CNN and even Fox News to a certain extent. And they live in this world of, oh, it's not that bad. We're fine. And then millennials are much more concerned about the direction this country is going and angry that despite the fact we can see with our own eyes, the Democrats are breaking the law in every step of the way, violating the Constitution every step of the way. Republicans aren't doing anything about it. I imagine the next wave of Republicans in the next 4 to 10 years are going to show up in D.C. and it is going to be, bedlam. I imagine whoever comes after Donald Trump as president for the Republican side is going to be a massive populist libertarian, and the system will be, if not Trump, you get someone like Vivek, and I don't even know if Vivek is a smart guy. He's a calm guy. He's a rational guy. He's a logical guy. But I don't see the rage in Vivek that I see in the Trump movement, in the populist movement, and not even necessarily Trump, but these younger guys, and not necessarily so much younger, but I'm talking like dudes that are in their 30s, people who are in their late 30s, maybe some Zennials, Gen Xers, who are asking why it is that we are watching for 4 years. Why are there people still being held in prison over January 6th who have not been charged with the crime. And that's true.
Yeah.
Why
and the
are
DOJ
there
keeps arresting people?
Why is it that even if the Supreme Court says you can't forgive the loans, Biden does it anyway? Why is it when the Supreme Court says you can't use the obstruction charge, they do it anyway? Why is it that when people walk into a building with no barricades and open doors and the police take selfies with them, they get locked up and we see nothing? I fear that there are too many people right now who are paying attention to how the system is working, and they're thinking to themselves, there is no system. When Rep. Luna says Merrick Garland, according to how we handle this, should be held in contempt, the DOJ says, cry about it. What does that say to people like me, the people who watch this show, the people who watch Crowder, the people who watch the news every day and are watching in real time? The government doesn't function. The government will not hold anyone accountable. Democrats do literally anything they want. And Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro are in prison unjustly. And many of these J6ers, you want to make an argument about the people who actually smashed things and fought cops, make the argument. I'm talking about the people who did not know what was going on, who are on the other side of the building or showed up an hour later, who have been sitting in jail for over a year. And when the Supreme Court says you can't charge them with this, the DOJ says, we're going to do it anyway.
Well, it's not just that either. You have the J6ers who are they're from across the country, and they're all seeing their trials in Washington, D.C., right? That's something that happened. Attorney Maria Medvin, I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's a really interesting person. She had been representing a J6er, and she tried to get the case moved, and it was denied. And she was telling me that not even that many people had applied to have their cases moved. Well, the DOJ is being sued for wrongful death, right? The whoever it is, the police or whoever, being sued for the wrongful death of Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt, her hometown is in Southern California. I think San Diego. I don't know for sure.
I was 100 feet away from her. I could hear the shots in my head.
How horrifying. The Department of Justice petitioned to have her case moved to D.C., and it was granted. Why? Why was her case moved to D.C.? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like because
the jury there will lock you up
exactly,
regardless of the evidence.
Exactly. And you see the Department of Justice has this hugely long arm. They're very out of control. And it does seem like nobody's really doing anything about that except for, a couple of attorneys generals who are really trying.
She's from San Diego.
Yeah, San Diego.
I think this is one of the questions on the table, right? With the DOJ right now, I think a lot of people are sort of on the defensive. I think all of anyone accused of anything related to January 6th is kind of battling the best they can. They're using a lot of resources to try and keep themselves out of jail. They're resisting taking plea deals that are completely skewed against them, and trying not to have to go to trial in front of judges and juries that are politically biased against them. On the other hand, I think Donald Trump is an example of this. I think there are a lot of organizations that can see the effect of an overreaching DOJ and know that there's sort of no way forward until a new government is installed, like when there's a turnover in both Congress, Senate, and in the presidency, because Joe Biden's not going to do anything to stop it, and the Senate's not going to help any sort of movement from the House to stop it. And it really does feel like a period of limbo as everyone waits and figures out. Now, that's not very motivating to the American public, right? It's very doomsday. It's very depressing to think that this is a system that's there and you can't do anything. We've got 6 more months left, and maybe even possibly more than that if it's not dismantled from within. But I do think that the effect of the only silver lining for January 6th for me was really that a lot of American people talk about what happened and they say this isn't right, that the way you're being treated is wrong. It makes them more conscious of the effect. I don't like that there are people who are incarcerated and suffering because of that.
kill some noobs. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more.
Spare. Glory to the Daylong.
Argona Morlier.
It is known. Obedience.
Where shall we march? Let ire shall be reclaimed. Give us your command. Naja Kalendis.
Presiding. There to be. Eternal.
Upgrade complete.
Duty is my shield.
We serve with
Ancient glory. Your demands.
The merging is complete. Fury unleashed. Vaporize.
You have not enough minerals.
let ire shall be reclaimed. Yes, exactly. Naja.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not.
From the shadows.
You have not enough minerals. You have.
From the shadows I come.
Yes, exactly.
Ancient glory reborn. Speak and be heard.
Research complete.
Naja ire shall be reclaimed.
Ancient glory reborn.
I am here in the shadows.
Presiding.
Let your will be heard.
Naspiron.
Presiding. Speak and be heard.
I return to serve.
We begin a
Combat awaits.
ancient
You have not enough minerals.
Let
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I return to serve.
Oh shit! What the?
your demands.
The battle. I keep. I return to serve. We shall
enough minerals.
I live on. Presiding.
We serve with. Yes, give us combat.
We begin
You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows.
We begin anew. Consciousness awakened. Speak and be
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
darling. Ancient
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough.
ancient glory reborn.
I return to serve.
We begin anew.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Presiding.
The battle. You have not. I return to serve. We shall. I keep Ungar. Our youth glory is eternal.
Ancient glory reborn. Presiding. Ancient glory reborn. We begin anew. Your directions.
Hassar de Templar.
You have not enough minerals.
Hassar de Templar.
You have not enough.
Dimensional strength.
You have not enough minerals.
Notch. An Aerodine. Dimensional strings attuned.
I did more damage than all my teammates combined. Oh my god. Isn't that always how these games go? I'm always carrying so fucking hard, dude. Oh my god. Alright, let's go pull up El Paso County. Okay. It's been a while since we pulled that up, but we still have it right here in our folder. Okay. So I think we pull up, we might, hold on, we might just have the file on it. Okay, so let's go take a look at that. El Paso. Okay. Okay, let's just take a look at this. Where does this keep coming from?
But all of these little things that happened, COVID, the lockdowns, January 6th, I think they reminded people that the system is really fragile and it only takes a minority force to really control and restrict your life.
Yeah. Steve Bannon said that Trump's the moderate.
Mm-hmm, he's right.
And what comes next is going to be way more. So that's why I'm talking about like the next generation after Trump. Trump is the moderate. He hired Bolton, for heaven's sake. He's looking at this as a compromise, what he can get done, and he got betrayed by some of the people that he thought he could trust. He could not trust. I'm just wondering, who Bannon is talking about. Who's the next person in line? Because I have to imagine, based on the people that I know, I'm just imagining. What would Jack Posobiec do if he was president? It ain't going to look like Trump. It's going to look like tenfold Trump.
Yeah, it would be much more conservative.
Oh, Jack would go in, straighten his tie, and then just say, execute Schedule F. And then just start firing everybody. He would get the job done. I'm looking at people like him. I'm thinking about what I would do. And it's nowhere near what Trump is doing. Trump is taking the light road.
Yeah. But Trump has always been the deal maker, right?
He has been, but I think he understands who betrayed him the last time, and he understands which systems. And I think he understands that these departments have to be dismantled, that he cannot continue down this same path with the same people and get any better results. So that's where I'm thinking because I know the people in Congress that have his ear, and they think like you do, and they think like I do, Tim, and I believe that they have his ear this time, and there's not people he's not going to get to know. He already knows these people, and he's been working with them in the past, and so I hope he does.
Do you think that means that he'll take more strategic positions on things like immigration? Like, we're hearing a lot about the border wall, but actually you have to do stuff like reform chain migration. Yeah. You have to end birthright citizenship. I don't know if you have an opinion on birthright citizenship.
Well, he's got all that stuff in there. I mean, did you see that? You saw the policy platform.
He doesn't mention birthright citizenship on the policy platform. No, I mean, there's other stuff.
Securing the border, and he's talked about
there is more to securing the border.
Also, if somebody makes $6,000 a year in these countries, they'll stay down there. A lot of them will. I had a meeting with some folks out of Guatemala today. I've been working with them in businesses to bring American business ideas down there. Our State Department was big on bringing drag shows and other things to other countries.
Helping them.
Capitalism is the key to that deal. And if we can, and we can use our capitalism, our business know-how, get those businesses there operating, and they can sell their products, or we can take their products and refine them as we've been working on, and then sell them to the world. I think that will keep the people in those countries, and we'll get back to the old system. The system before under Reagan was you come up, you get your papers, your card, you go do your thing, you work seasonal, migratory workers is what they called them, and then they would go back home to Mexico, Guatemala, whatever, Honduras, and that process would repeat itself, and it was a economic need. We needed people picking in the fields and things like that. And we broke the system when we allowed them to stay and get benefits.
And I think also incentivizing them to stay. I mean, that's the problem with birthright citizenship to me.
Absolutely.
Let's jump to this story from the Post Millennial. Huffington Post says campaign should use AI deepfakes to cover up for increasingly frail and confused Joe Biden. The opinion title, "It's time for the Biden campaign to embrace AI." The left-wing Huffington Post published an opinion piece on Wednesday recommending that Joe Biden's campaign embrace AI to smooth out his gaffes. Institute for Education senior advisor Kaivan Shroff wrote in the op-ed titled "It's time for the Biden campaign to embrace AI" that Joe Biden is old and has had a lifelong stutter. He acknowledged in a fiery rally following his debate performance, "I might not walk as easily or talk as smoothly as I used to. These AI-enhanced videos could ensure that the public does not make decisions about the future of our democracy based on an inconveniently timed cough, stray stutter, or healthy but hobbled walk. Welcome to your nightmare, ladies and gentlemen."
We think you should doctor your video so you seem better.
Yeah,
Trick the American people.
They called that fiery. That's fiery. I don't know. That's pretty chilling, if you ask me. It was pretty pitiful.
Yeah.
If he'd just not come off that debate, and that's the first time you'd ever seen him, you'd think, wow, this guy's down the tubes.
And the funny thing is, they're
accusing us of doing what they said was being done to Biden.
Well, you've got
again
a lot of people in this country that don't care and don't pay attention. So when MSNBC says this version of Biden is the best version of Biden, he is sharp, they kept saying it, they believed it. And then when Joe Biden publicly debates and displays exactly what all of us who pay attention know, Jon Stewart says new and shocking information that the voters should be allowed to consider. These people are evil.
But what it really means is that if these people are, saying that AI Biden should be the Biden that's out there, that's visible, what it really means is that they don't have any respect for the office of the presidency, and that they also don't think that there should be necessarily a presidency. No. They think more important than the man himself is the team around him.
They want you to be ruled by the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, whoever that is, who is not the man we are seeing.
They are effectively saying, let the puppet be your
that's correct.
Where the spotlight is, and the deep state will run the show.
My favorite social media comment was, I don't care if Joe Biden's in a coma, I'm going to vote for him. That was on a clip of one of the debates. I mean, if you really felt that way, then you obviously don't believe that the presidency is the person themselves. It's the structure around them. And that's why I think they get so nervous about it.
25-year-old kid with a man bun who's got his ear in the White House right now.
But can I real quick, someone out there, I'm sure you can find this. Can someone find a clip? Here's what we need to see. A clip from Whoopi Goldberg from the Trump administration years where she says something like, he's embarrassing us on the world stage, blah, blah, blah. And then put that next to her saying, I don't care if he pooped his pants, I have poopy days too.
Yeah, that was crazy and so disgusting.
Well, and what was the criticism of Trump all the time? He's not presidential enough. He doesn't speak with decorum. He's doing whatever. And now you're excusing just complete decay of a human being. And that's a little bit harsh for Biden. But, I don't think this is who the American people want to be represented by. And I think that's why it's so hard for the Democrats to admit that they have sold you a false bill of goods when they could have been honest with their voters. I really think when Joe Biden sort of pretended he was going to be a first-term president, that there weren't enough people to hold him accountable to that. He was sort of saying, I'll be the last of this guard, and then we'll usher in a new age. And instead he was like, and now that I'm here, I'm going to stay in the White House for as long as possible, and you're going to have to force me out. And that... This is something they could have seen coming, and they just don't have anyone on their bench to pull up. So they're caught between these very difficult positions. Go ahead.
You have to have a congressman that would do it, or a senator. And if you'll notice, they vote lockstep with Biden. Mm-hmm. The terrible policies, the terrible shape, the $600 more a month that average Americans having to pay out of pocket just to live, the gas prices, the fentanyl problem, the border. They voted 100% lockstep, and every dadgum one of them did, and now that's why none of them are stepping forward to kind of hint and, hey, pull me in there.
Oh, and they defend him, right? I mean, every single one
because
of them.
They have to. They voted for his stupid policies. They vote lockstep, and Republicans don't do that.
Even Dean Phillips, when he launched his challenge campaign as a Democrat, eventually was like, well, I'm going to drop out, but I'm going to endorse Biden, even though I told you he was too old, and even though I told you we needed new leadership, and even though I told you he wasn't unifying the country, even though I told you he was divisive. I've changed my mind. I'm going to back Joe Biden. I've known him for a long time. He's a good man. I mean, this is not a good look for them at all. But I also think that this just tells you that they don't really know where to go. They are scrambling. I don't think that there is an overarching plan for them. Maybe there was, and someone, probably Biden, was like, I don't like your plan anymore.
The Democrats use the carrot and the stick a lot more effective than we do. Dean Phillips, he's a good friend of mine, but he is, that's what they're under, and they know when they come back they're going to be taken to the woodshed.
Right. I mean, I thought it was a huge risk for him to go out there, and I think
he took. I mean, it cost him his political career. He's not in it anymore.
I wish he was out there saying right now, see, I told you guys. I mean, the problem is he's endorsed Biden, so he can't really go back on his word. It's a difficult position to be in, but I think it does mean that there's sort of nowhere to go. Do you think that the American people believe Joe Biden will leave the race, or do you think that they expect it to be a Trump-Biden face-off again in November?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think there's, every day you say, I keep thinking that it's going to go to the convention and those super delegates that you talked about, Tim. When Hillary and Bernie were fighting each other, I believe Hillary did not have the popular vote, but she had the super delegates, that corrupt system that they helped create. It's been in place for a while, and so they've clearly stacked the deck in their favor, and I think the American public sees a lot of that now, and I think they're just openly disgusted with the whole thing.
Sometimes I think that the mainstream media wants it to go to convention because of the ratings.
Oh, it'll be great. It'll be great entertainment. I'm going to go if I go to the Republican convention. I'm going to go for a day or something. Why do you know, there's
we
four,
kind of know what's going to happen.
well,
there.
it's an election year. There's 4 people down there that can vote for me, and I think I've got 3 of them. So, you know, I'm going to stay home and knock on doors.
Yeah.
And that's you know, in some of my counties. So, you know, I think that's more effective use of my time. And there used to be the fights, the floor fights, and there's not going to be one of the Republican Party. It's going to be a kumbaya thing. And the only thing you really want to watch is the riots outside.
Yeah.
The radicals will be there.
All the
that's
drama.
the interesting part.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, although it does seem that this year most of the radicals are going to be at the DNC, and they're just going to be from the further left.
It'll be
section of the
Chicago.
party.
It'll be like Chicago in
Who opposed
68, I
DA.
believe.
And they
yeah.
oppose
it's sort
Biden.
of
It's crazy.
it's a really bad look that they're going to be in Chicago, and that they're going to have this level of protesters with all of the Gaza-Israel stuff. They're going to be freaking out over that.
Yep.
You even had AOC when she was talking to reporters. What was it, yesterday?
Yesterday.
She was talking to reporters about how she backs Biden no matter what, and she was saying, we're going to get this ceasefire, and it's like she represents that faction.
Yeah, Cortez even said, I talked to the president this weekend, you know, we're going to work on all this stuff. And,
Right.
And I just don't see that unified front. Again, though, if we don't put enough points on the board, they're
Right.
going to steal it from us.
That's right.
When the governors came out of that meeting with Biden, they all were using the exact same language. He's had our back. We have hit like,
right? And
Yeah.
then today we're
He's
riding
in
with
it to
Biden.
win it.
he's in
Yeah.
it to win it. How?
Biden.
Right,
Yeah.
right. The same slogan over and over again. They just got their talking points. But I just wonder, like, how
That's what
many
they do.
promises were made? What
know,
did he
trans
promise?
women are
our
Where was the
women?
governor
They
of
do.
California and all that?
Oh,
That's
he's
what-
not weighing in on this conversation.
I think I think that's where they're going to go.
Are there races in your area that you're interested in that you think people should pay more attention to?
Of course, the local or state races are always important. Tennessee is, you know, we've got the majority Republican, of course, but I think we need to worry about the local races, the school boards, the county commissions, those type of things.
What about the judges? Like the recent judge was she a chancery judge who refused to
In
release
Nashville?
the
Yeah, well, that's Nashville. That's out of my.
It's out of your area, but it's certainly a local race.
That's
a
a
good
disgrace.
lesson, right?
That's a disgrace.
Yeah,
And elections
really
do have
was.
consequences, but your big towns like Nashville and Memphis, they've gone pretty much Democrat, and they're mostly liberal.
Well, Knoxville's had some serious growth. I know
Knoxville has a Democrat. We have an openly Marxist member of city council, and it's because people don't get out and vote. And these churches and civic organizations, they're afraid to get involved. We don't want to dirty our hands until it's all over.
Have you?
I-
Sorry, go ahead.
I met a city councilman from Charlestown, West Virginia, and it's an overwhelmingly conservative city,
Right.
And county. Well, I should say it's the county. I believe is like 55% Trump supporting. It is a bit mixed because you get a lot of people from D.C. who come out
Sure.
to get away from the laws that they've voted for.
Voted for, yeah.
But I asked them, you know, you guys have a Latin mass, right there in your city, and they did this big procession. How is it that your city council voted to enshrine Pride Month in a jurisdiction that's majority Trump supporting, Republican, conservative? And he said, because they won't vote.
12%, maybe, if we're lucky and not.
They won't. They won't.
12% of the population votes.
We saw who was it, Brandon Herrera in Texas, lost by a couple hundred votes, and it was something like 10% of people turned out. In a district of 775,000 people, they got like 30,000 or something like that, or 67,000. I don't know what the number was, something like that. Very, very low. And so I'm like, I found out that Charlestown voted at the city council to enshrine Pride Month, and I'm like, in
Why?
Charlestown?
Yeah.
I'm like, you just had like 3,000 people do a Latin mass procession through the city, and they're like, they won't vote. Okay, they don't vote.
Here's the deal. They do not vote. Bottom line. Bottom line. People will not vote, and they're lazy, and that's part of the reason we're losing our country.
All that is required for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing.
Yep.
Good people do nothing, because we're progressive here, right?
But I think that's part of the cultural aspect of this, which is that when people felt like civic engagement voting was worth it, was not just like worth it because it's not a corrupt system, but also worth it because it's sort of a moral duty. It's something you do for your neighbors, your country, your family. They treated it differently because it's always sort of been there and it happens in the background. And I'm so busy and social media or whatever, you're always distracted by something. I think that sense of I need to participate has gone away. That civic responsibility isn't there.
I agree. And, you know, they don't teach it in schools. And honestly, as an elected official, it's a whole lot easier when a lot of people don't vote, because when you target voters, which you do, you don't see a lot of dead people get letters. You don't see a lot of folks in the other party get your letters. You target that, and that's the way it is. And they, as long as the power brokers are in power, they don't care.
Yeah, I think that's true. Do you think that the next 4 years will shift the direction the country's moving, or do you think it'll always sort of be a vying back and forth?
I think it'll be vying back and forth, but the extremes of the pendulum movement will be that much more extreme. You look at, I think where we've lost the real battle, we've lost it in our churches because they're afraid, honestly, as Christians, we're afraid to preach the gospel anymore, and we've lost it in public education. We've turned our colleges and universities over to Marxist, my friend, and she is my friend. I don't agree with her, but AOC. Cortez, publicly educated, and she has a degree, I believe it's in economics, and she's what I would call a Marxist. And she's a friendly Marxist, but dadgum, she's a Marxist and publicly educated, and that's where it's going. These colleges and universities, you go into public schools, and here's how it happens. The legislators, they elect these people, and then they appoint these presidents of these colleges and universities. Go check their, in Tennessee anyway, it's public record. Check their voter registration. If they do vote, I guarantee, if your college or university says we celebrate diversity, ask them how many Republicans are in their sociology department. And because it's not there, and then we're getting that, and these kids are indoctrinated, and the hippies and protesters that wanted to burn our country down in the 60s and 70s are now college deans, and some of them are retiring, but the product of that, and they haven't done it overnight. They've had they've done it over a period of time, and we've been asleep at the switch. They will take this country without firing a shot. I looked at that picture of, the president's press secretary, and all those kids. Mm-hmm. There's not there's a bunch of man buns in there and a bunch of, they, them.
Oh, in that shot of the
and I said this
is
is public education right here, and then I get these calls from people. You're saying bad stuff about public education? Yeah, I am, because we've turned it over to them.
It's not just public though. I mean, it's
everything.
The private schools. It's really all of the schools.
Yeah, but
are like
the
that.
government has no say in the private schools,
right,
other than just the credentials or whatever, the standards.
Do you think that the universities should stop receiving federal funds, the ones that are turning out basically, basket weaving Marxists?
100%. I think they ought to have a career base. They ought to have a career. A kid's got 8 years of school that fixes your coffee. I don't go to Starbucks. I don't give them money. I don't go to movies. I don't give my money to Hollywood either, but I'm an old fogey. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah.
I mean, there are institutions like Hillsdale that doesn't take federal funding.
That's right, and God bless them.
They can exist out there. It's just that there's sort of this dependency.
Once you take that needle, you're an addict.
Yeah.
What do you think of I think it was Oklahoma that recently implemented a curriculum rule that Christianity needed to be taught in schools, not indoctrinated, but the Bible needed to be part of the education.
I don't have a problem with that if that's what the local standards are. Mm-hmm. There's a reason Ronald Reagan introduced prayer in schools in Salt Lake City, because the Mormons, they vote conservative and they pray.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to go to Super Chats. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button? 1 like equals 1. Let's go, Brandon. And head over to timcast.com, click join us, because we're going to have that members-only call-in show where you as members get to watch and or call in to talk to us and our guest, join the show. Also, as members, you're basically keeping us alive, and we could use your support. And we like doing what we do, and it's all thanks to you. But for now, we'll read your Super Chats. We got Charles II of Spain, who says, Tim, Barry Lyndon is a far superior movie to The Patriot. Not familiar. Is anybody familiar with that movie?
No.
Never heard of it.
What's it called?
Barry Lyndon?
I guess we're all going to have to watch something this weekend.
You've seen The Patriot with Mel Gibson, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's amazing.
Baptist Church Got a Bus. Of course I've seen that.
It looks like a 1776 movie.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
I want to get up and fight after that's over with. It's like Rocky, the first time I saw Rocky.
Yeah. You want to be a boxer.
Yeah, and I wanted to be a patriot.
Yeah, I just feel like you want to put an American flag on your porch immediately.
I wanted to go after some redcoats with a hatchet.
All right. Marty Smith Fansu says, woohoo, Rep Burchett. Excellent man. Right up there with Gates and MTG, Eli Crane. I donate to him even though I'm in California. Thanks for all you do, sir.
God bless you. Those are great people. My buddy Eli Crane, I would encourage people, and Matt Gates. They're spending, I think McCarthy's spending something like $900,000 a month on him, or a week. I forget what it's a substantial amount.
Right now,
to challenge the races
against Gates. Eli Crane, they've got a guy in there against him. Eli Crane is a certified war hero. He is a very quiet, gentle soul. That I tell people these guys are people like my dad, who was in the Second World War. They're exceptional people that are called on to do very bad things, and he did. He answered his country's call and did those. Eli Crane is a hero, and it's a disgrace that our former speaker is mounting an attack against that guy. I can tell you, if it goes down again on January 6th, I was the very last House member to leave the House floor on January 6th. Before Eli and all those guys. But I swear, if Eli had been there, I'd probably still be in there with him.
Do you think McCarthy will succeed in getting Gates?
No. I've been to that district. I go down there every year. It turns out the condo complex I stay in, Matt used to represent them, and I didn't know it. And the lady is a big, my wife and daughter and I go down there, and they have a Republican club. And now every year when I go down, I speak to them. And it works out for me. I hate putting on my tie during,
your vacation.
But my wife and daughter love the lady who runs the condo down there. So
I think we're lucky here in our district. We got Riley Moore coming in.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Very exciting.
It's gonna be great.
And he's a good dude.
Yeah,
he's a good dude. So I'm excited to see what he can get done in Congress.
You guys can be a skateboard coalition because you skateboard too, as we learned.
I do. I've got a skateboard.
Can you kickflip?
No, I can. No.
Okay,
I'm too old. I'm too old anymore. I'm 59, dude.
Riley did a kickflip to fakie on the bank.
Wow.
And he's going to be probably the only member of Congress who can land a kickflip. So I'm very excited for that.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to have some representation.
Absolutely.
Finally.
I'll get you one of my bamboo skateboards when I get the mixture down right. And
right on.
You'll dig it.
All right, let's read some more. The Emperor's Champion says there's only two ways Democrats can get rid of Biden: the 25th Amendment and, I can't read that next one. He says Hillary Clinton.
Oh, ouch.
But just infer what that means. She's going to run, and then she wins. And that's all that means. There's nothing else that means. Mm-hmm. And we'll read more Super Chats now. Anyway, moving on. Kyle H. says, hey, Tim, I'm a photographer, and my dad passed away. And I'm trying to put together a project in his honor to unite people. Is there somewhere I can send the link? I don't know. There's no real good way to do it. Normally, we just tell people to message Ian.
We could still do that.
Yeah, Ian on Twitter. On X, sorry, dead named X.
Yeah.
You hit up Ian. Ian's always a good contact. I don't know where he is right now.
But we never really know where he is.
We never do know where he is. All right. Kelton Heckman says, Rep. Pritchett, you are the best representative I have ever had. Thank you for actually protecting our Tennessee values. Love for Powell, Tennessee.
Powell. Well, when you're from Powell, you say Powell, P-A-L. I was knocking on doors in Powell last Saturday, and they're wonderful people.
Oh, right on. I mentioned this before the show, too. I said, we're going to get a lot of messages. They're going to be like, you're the best. We're from your district. We love you.
That's cool.
And sure enough. Bam says, MAGA for Biden. Questioning him is questioning our democracy. He is the people's chosen candidate. He does not need to speak. His track record speaks for him better than he ever could.
I think that's true.
100%.
Phil Luciano says, longtime Spotify listener, coffee buyer, participant in Fit by November Club, and future Cast Brew franchisee owner here. A good friend that moved to Martinsburg, West Virginia to get away from D.C. recently passed away. There's another one here. Let me see. I can see the one. Where's your second super chat? I don't see it. Can't finish it. Maybe we'll try and find it. All right. Ronan Jack says, here is my tithing to the Temple of Tim Pool. Ah, yes. Thank you. Tithing is deeply important. Perhaps you could become a member at timcast.com.
That's 10%, tithing. 10%.
Yeah. Doesn't
Lord
tithe
only gets
reference
10%. The government gets a lot more.
Yeah. Tyler George says, I was unsubscribed from your channel. Yep.
Wow.
I have so many people who message me and they'll be like, I have searched it 3 different times and nothing comes up. Or they'll be like, I was subscribed for years and suddenly it's not there.
We've had a lot of messages from people frequently where they say, I watch every episode and never miss an episode, and I was unsubscribed and the video wasn't appearing for me.
There was one episode, and I wish I could remember the guest, but I wasn't on the show, and I searched it on on YouTube like 3 different times. I tried all the combinations of words, and ultimately it had to go out to whoever had tweeted out the link, because that was the only way I could find it. It was very, very weird. This is like a year ago.
Yep, that's YouTube. They'd love it if we would just go away, but it doesn't work. Sorry. That's why it's important y'all become members, though. My morning show is shadow banned on Google.
Really?
You cannot. Yeah. So if you go to google.com and then search for youtube.com/timcastnews, it will not come up. If you take the title of any of those videos I've made, 'cause I do 4 per day, and you Google search for it, the video will not come up. Google has, for whatever reason, Timcast IRL, I don't think has that problem anymore. We'll check. But my morning show, which is Timcast News, is shadow banned on Google. Yeah, the Culture War podcast is not.
Haven't figured out that's you yet. It's got a different name.
Well, they shadow banned all of my channels and then unshadow banned those 2. But Timcast News is still in the shadow ban. Yeah, I used to get, and I think the reason is my videos would get 300,000 views on each video. Now they do like 150 to 200 depending on the day. Sometimes it could be a little bit less. Sometimes it could be a little bit more. I got a video from last week that's like 500,000. One's got 300. But I used to consistently hit around 300K, and then they shadow banned me, and they need to remove, I don't know, rabble rousers, I guess. They don't like me. When Trump won the last time, they cried, and it's on video, and you can watch the video of them crying, the Google executives or their staffers. So when you get a channel like mine, that's not necessarily just saying, yay, yay, MAGA, MAGA, but I'm saying, hey, the media lied there. Trump's actually not that bad. He didn't do that. They're like, uh-oh, a reasonable argument that could actually convince people as to why Joe Biden's bad. Don't let him get his videos out. That's the game they play. All right, Sean Waters says, hey, Tim, originally joined the culture war with my song Effigy, inspired by Michael Knowles being burned in effigy last year. If you like it, I'm trying to raise funds for my next project on Give, Send, Go under Sean Waters. That's Give, Send, Go, Sean Waters. Best of luck, good sir. Make music. We got a bunch of really cool stuff going on with the Boonies HQ. And talking to the city of Martinsburg about their skate park project. And we're going to be assisting in fundraising to the best of our abilities to get a big park. I told them, they said they had an idea for like a small concrete park. And I told the guy, I said, I don't want to step on anybody's toes here. But if I reached out to some of my guys in the industry and we put together a substantial sum of money to make a world-class action sports facility, is that something you guys could accommodate? And would you want that? And he was like, yeah, that'd be fantastic. And I'm like, if you build a local skate park in Martinsburg, the community will enjoy the skate park, and that's a good thing. If you double your investment into the skate park, you will build a world-class facility, and you will have people travel from all over the world to try and see this amazing park where they can, they can skate or scoot or bike or blade or whatever it is they do. And he seemed pretty excited about it. So hopefully they figure that out. And then I'm going to reach out to as many industry contacts as I can. And I'm hoping we can match whatever it is they put towards it through various companies. So we're probably looking at like $1 million fundraise. But then we could have a big world-class facility in Martinsburg and put it on the map for skateboarding. It'd be fantastic.
That would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be super cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm very interested. We'll see what happens. We'll see. They're still trying to secure land. There's concern. The locals are concerned that the current place they're going to put it would result in flooding. So they got to find somewhere else. But we love Martinsburg. All right, we'll grab some more super chats. Ben Lowry says, if illegals are going to swing this election in the swing states, why do they want to dump Biden? If they control him, why rock the boat? Because he's too old and he won't last in office. Right. He's not going to make it. Yeah. So having to swap him out at the last minute is a headache.
And you don't know who's coming next. Like, part of it is staying ahead and saying, well, we know who's going to be there, and we know that they'll do the things we want them to do. I actually think that's the biggest problem they have with Biden. Health is definitely up there, but, I think really he didn't want to be a one-term president like they had hoped he would. And that's been a bigger obstacle to overcome.
All right. Noah Bodie says, rumor is Trump may announce VP at his rally right now. Did that happen?
No.
No.
That I could see.
No. There was a rumor going around, but then everyone kind of realized that if Trump was actually going to announce his VP on a random Tuesday night around 9 o'clock, there would have been a little more warning and fanfare.
I think, he understands that. I think he'll do it at the convention.
He did challenge Biden to a round of 18 holes in golf, so that's kind of funny.
So, you know what really grinds my gears? During Occupy Wall Street, the organizers pulled off this stunt where they spread a rumor that Radiohead was going to play at the park, and thousands of people showed up. And it worked. It worked. Thousands of people showed up. And then the organizers used them and put them in the process of, people's mic and all this stuff. And I remember talking to someone, and she's like, this young woman, I said, hey, have you been here before? And she's like, no. And then I'm like, you going to stick around? And she's like, well, I heard Radiohead was going to play. And I'm like, they're not playing. That's silly. And she's like, oh, really? And I was like, are you going to leave now? And she goes, no. Like, because now they're embarrassed. Like, I'm here because I believe in it. So at the Libertarian Convention, someone was spreading a rumor that Trump was going to sing with Afro Man. And I was just like, no, stop. That's not happening. We're like, why? That's a rumor going. No, there's no rumor because the Secret Service would have shut down the venue a week in advance or 2 days in advance. It's not happening. And they're like, I'm just saying there's a rumor. I'm like, no, stop. Just stop. You're not pulling this one off. Okay. No one's falling for it.
I don't think Trump needs to do that. I don't think that's it. He has a lot of jokes. He's definitely a performer, but I don't see him becoming musical anytime soon.
Like, if you come to me and I know you're lying to try and pull some garbage like that, you are excised from my address book. You are not coming in this space. I am not dealing with that. To come to me and be like, hey, Trump's gonna sing, and I'm like, you're out. Never again. I don't want to deal with people like you. This is why I absolutely despise Jon Stewart right now. I give him respect for his work over 9/11, the first responders. He did a lot for those guys. I respect that. But to lie on his show as it's just absolutely insane. New information, and we should shut down the primary. Wow. These people are despicable evil. In their minds, the will of the people be damned because they're smarter than you, so they should be the ones in charge. Instead of trying to build a robust culture and community of smart people who can actually navigate crises and build new technologies and improve things, they go the route of poison their minds, poison their bodies, and get the dumb people to do what you want because you're better than they are, and that's disgusting.
I'm going to start a rumor this Friday that you're performing with Radiohead here. We'll see how many people show up for poker.
Yeah. All right. What do we have? We'll grab some more super chats. Richard Devine says, can someone please go into details on what the F is the 2025 project?
Okay.
So
go for it.
I have not read it. I do not intend to read it. It's not Trump's deal. You have people that are putting this out, and you have some AI of people talking about it, and I just don't. It's not a reality. It's some independent group of people that have put something out, and of solutions ways to get to where, to solve things, and that's it. And if they're radical, maybe they are. If they're wrong, some of them probably are. But
I think
it's not a thing.
I think it's just the thing they're trying to distract with, right?
I agree. It is a complete. It's like what you said about the liars.
Are trying to distract with it.
100%.
But I mean, I read maybe 100 or 200 pages into it, and most of it is really just about how to run the government by bringing power back to where it should have power, taking it away from the federal agencies. And it was put together by the Heritage Foundation, and there's a lot of really interesting good thinkers who have written in it, especially I was looking at the education section and some other stuff, but it's not Trump's platform. It's really just exactly, it's a not-for-profit putting together some ideas that they hope that the candidate would read and check out.
They're treating it like it's a contract that Trump has signed.
Not.
He's, promised bearing if he doesn't follow through. Like, it's getting so hysterical.
But if you look at it, I remember in 2020 when the teachers union, the NEA, donated, $30,000 or something like that to the Biden campaign and put together their playbook for COVID. And they put together their playbook of how they wanted COVID and schools and teachers and students to operate. They gave it to the campaign, and we reported on it at the time, this is what the NEA gave the campaign. But then what happened in the winter, once Biden was in office, they implemented almost all of those things. So that's when you want, report on what the Project 2025 says, but it's not a diktat,
Yeah, it's not. I really do think it's this, it came up a couple months ago. There was a whole bunch of articles, Project 2025. I mean, honestly, I think they're mad because it's got kind of a cool title. It sounds kind of interesting.
What are not-for-profit think tanks supposed to do?
Right. This is literally why they exist. But also then it comes back up after Biden does so poorly in the debate, and they're trying desperately to spin against Republicans, and they won't, the hurricane's apparently not enough to redirect attention.
Have you heard about Joe Biden's Project Baby Killer? I'm really concerned about that one.
Yeah.
Well,
a nonprofit wrote about how they want to expand abortion. And, that's all Biden. Biden is behind all of it, and he wants to just go around personally performing abortions.
What was
I heard
amazing,
that.
too, was how recently the Biden administration came out opposing sex changes for minors, medical sex changes for minors, surgical. Meanwhile, they're suing the state of Tennessee for their law that says you can't, sex change kids.
This is why I want to know what promises were made from the Biden administration.
What's the truth?
Right? They're
opposed, or are you suing Tennessee?
They're in a weak position, and so they're about to promise everything and talk out of every side of their mouth, and it's just going to be fascinating to see the fallout.
And we have Biden on video saying, parents, affirm your kids.
Yep.
All right. Epic Win says, hi, Tim. Been watching since you're guest host on Sargon's channel. I work at a gas station in Georgia. Prices just jumped up 40 cents. Trump landslide. Speaking of Sargon, Carl Benjamin is going to be here this week. We're very excited. Carl's a good friend. And this Friday on the Culture War, oh boy, we are going to be debating with the Lotus Eaters post-liberalism. So it's going to be very friendly and hilarious, but very argumentative. So I'm very excited for this. Phil debating classical liberalism versus post-liberalism is going to be a blast. And Carl will also be here, so we're very excited for that.
And that's Phil's last appearance for a little while, I think, because he's about to go off on tour.
Yeah, the, what is it, Destroy All Enemies tour? Is that what it's called?
Destroy All Enemies tour.
Destroy All Enemies, wow.
I know
Opening
nothing about
for
metal
Mudvayne
music.
and Megadeth.
Yeah. I know
That's
nothing about...
That's big. Megadeth?
It's
Wow.
huge. I only know about it because he sits across the table from me so often. I've learned so much from him.
Yeah, well, very
I don't know
excited
if you like
for...
metal music, or Representative.
It's Tim. And I like both kinds of music, country and Western.
Yeah.
All right. The only two, huh? All right. Eldritchinator says trying to change horses at this juncture is dishonest of the Democrats and tacit admission that they lied. Democrats voted and argued for this man, defended him, and placed American lives in his skeletal hands. This is what really bothers me. There's no conspiracy. This is a conspiracy fact. Democrats have known Joe Biden is ill going back to 2020 when they wrote about it. Now they're acting like it's a cover up because they are lying. So when you see all the different journalists go, we had no idea. We know for a fact they're lying. This is an obvious coordinated effort by the media and Democrats to manipulate the American people in plain view. Boy, are they getting desperate. Because we could, you know what I think? I think we had a real strong deep state after World War II. I think the liberal economic order was formed. Powerful interests in the United States and European countries came together, and they said, we're going to run this thing like a well-oiled machine. JFK ends up getting killed because he defies the machine, and they got things under wraps. The media is going to do what we say. They're going to report the stories we want. Mockingbird, Paperclip, all of these things, you name it, we control this thing. And then they had kids, and those kids inherited many of these systems. And they saw what their parents did with the liberal economic order, and they said, we're going to do this job too. And then they had kids. And those kids never saw what their grandparents did, have a general understanding of geopolitics, and are now trying to inherit the deep state and have no idea what they're doing.
No historical knowledge.
None. And so they say that wealth lasts 3 generations. You get a guy who comes from nothing. He works really, really hard. He builds a business. He becomes wealthy. He shows his son. His son watches him work. His son learns how to run the business, but not build a business on his own. That kid maintains the business and then has a son, and that son never sees someone build a business, doesn't see how it's done, has no idea how to run it, inherits it, and it falls apart, and wealth lasts 3 generations. But this is true for anything. So I genuinely believe that what we're seeing now with like the media's overt lies and all that, the deep state is on their 3rd generation, and they don't know how to make the machine work.
It's like Kafka. It's really very Kafka-esque. Or if you read Václav Havel, the playwright who became president of the Czech Republic at the time, he had this amazing play called The Memorandum. And it just shows it's like these levels and levels of bureaucracy, and no one knows who's in charge and no one knows what they're doing. They just know that what they have to do is protect themselves against anyone who might look at them askance, you know?
I'll give a quick shout out to FitCast IRL, because I said this a few months ago, like everybody should get in shape before November. If you don't know what you can do, if you feel like there's nothing you can do, maybe voter registrations.
Let's kill some noobs. Oh man, this shit is fucking crazy, man.
minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require We require more minerals. more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require... Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals.
I need some crazy fucking organ music.
the side of the building or showed up an hour later,
The robots have gotten pretty good at what they do, but they can't give an item a human touch. On Etsy, you can find something handmade, hand-picked, or designed by independent sellers who bring their whole hearts to their small businesses. Discover hand-blown glassware, reclaimed furniture, personalized jewelry, hand-picked vintage pieces, custom-designed artwork, and so much more. So the next time you're shopping for yourself or someone special, choose extraordinary items from small businesses. Keep commerce human. Discover small businesses on Etsy.
Alright guys, I'm going to bed. I have finished the Nevada paper. For now. Okay? Alright guys, I'm going to bed, so good night and good luck. We won. We finally finished the Nevada paper. And before I go to bed, here's a YouTube link where they voted not to certify the election. I need to go to bed. I cannot stay up anymore. God bless America.